Hello, hello. Good evening. How are you all doing? You're good. Bonk. Bonk, it says. Me a bonk.
We are back with Ace Attorney. Huzzah. And to be perfectly honest, until like, I don't know, a few minutes ago, I had completely forgotten what happened, like, at all in this game. I don't know. We started the third chapter, right? But I don't remember how far we got. Also, I want to check something real quick. Because there's different outfits. That looks interesting. Sure. Like, I haven't checked anything from the special stuff out yet. But a friend of mine was playing the game earlier and was like, wait, there's different outfits? Oh. I haven't seen them yet, so we're going to see what that looks like in-game. Oh, we got to the trial, actually. Okay. Well, that's a start, I guess. I don't remember anything about the case. Oh, okay, hold on. I don't know why I keep trying. You know how I told you guys about how our Wi-Fi is, I don't know, kind of fucked up. I don't know why I keep trying to run all of this with Wi-Fi. Because it's very obviously not working. Just a sec. It's not working, and yet I try every day. It's like, oh ho ho, beep 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 beep. There we go. So many noise. No, that's the wrong one. This one. Accidentally deletes the one that is not moving. Here we go. Okay. Trial time it is then. 23rd of October, 8:52 AM, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. We've never been here before. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Hi, dude. Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel it every time I'm here, that gravity. The gravity of the situation. Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure? No, I don't think so. I think it's probably all in the mind. Ah. Well, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Nanohudo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life. Well, considering that this is the third case of the second game, I don't think the trial will be over in just one go. We're probably going to find out something and then have another go at investigation, as always. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. My commiserations, Mr. Nanohudo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Oh, hi, dude. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Runo, leaving me all alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it... Are you... Sherlock Sholmes! Indeed, sir, I am he. Sherlock Sholmes! Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Yes, Rand's magazine is on sale in Germany too. This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful. Yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the speckled band. It's always a speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh. I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom knot, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then, I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description. Oh, then you must absolutely give me your full attention, Hurley. Quiet, Iris, quiet. But life is riddled with irony, you know? Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrained. Oh, why thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Nanohudo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the Professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the Professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I think he was set up. Like, he was definitely set up with some kind of body double. And stuff. That's why he believes it's a success. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Runo, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiencer that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. Au revoir, as they say in France. I think. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Runo, but chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is. That sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. We're on our way. We sure are. To our most certain death again. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Alright. Can you get much worse? 23rd of October, 9:10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Ooh, that's a different outfit. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrained. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution looks like a vampire once again. Oh, that's a nice new outfit. It's very, very much Iris's style, yeah, you can definitely tell. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more... But she does have the new outfit on. I'm with us to citizen today. Despite us never having seen her in the outfit before.
Good evening! Hello, how are you?
Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Assman. Mr. Assman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks, but the jury anonymously found him not guilty. Anonymously. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on the 21st of October, Mr. Assman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Assman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrained. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? Oh, that's a new one. I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord. To have immense faith in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Oh, it's a bunch of new people. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defies the reputation of science deserves to hang. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Oh god, okay, that's all new people. I'm surprised. Wasn't like this in my day, wasn't like this at all. They started not tonight because of misunderstanding. Oh no! I'm glad it worked out then. Misunderstandings suck. That's the police killer Ottomo lookalike. Again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Oh, the guy we saw in the Waxwork Museum? Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we're here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all London, no, of the whole world, will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. Oh, it's not going to be swift, no worries. It's going to take a while. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. One of science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on a great exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. We don't have it yet. But, you know. Disassembling people with electricity. My goodness, how shocking. Ha ha, shocking. Ha, the whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field? I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What?
Yeah.
But what exactly are they considering as success? That the guy really got beamed over there? Even if he ended up being dead? I don't think so. The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Ooh. Well, I mean, if the goal was to kill the guy, then it certainly was a success, no? Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witness to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord.
Shoo! Wow.
By leave, show the first witnesses to the stand. Okay. Oh, well, that makes sense, yeah. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Even though everyone knows him by now. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Prepared for beating your 26 game yesterday. Thank you! We're going to get the 30 this year. Believe me, I'm going to try very hard to do that. I was on duty at a demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. That's a great many moves you're doing. Albert Harebrained is a scientist. You were born in England but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it, they must have done. Yet, yes, there was the terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Ooh. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. But that looks like he was maybe shot, no? That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. A photographic print of the victim taken after he had ostensibly been beamed to the Crystal Tower. It shows an apparent stab wound to the chest. Oh, or stab wound. Okay, I take it. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right, that must be it. My splendid machine, my poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? We can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right? Witness. What? Sorry, me? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could say that with complete certainty. Huh? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder. Alright. A front for murder. The corpse upon crashing through the crystal tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake. But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where it had clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it. Okay. The poor judge. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart. Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused. No. That couldn't be further from the truth. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second... Oh, excuse me. To the second level of the crystal tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitted to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in a birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell crushing through the glass of the crystal tower's large round window. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Murder weapon? What are you saying? This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. Coroner? The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. The autopsy report of the victim is Desmond. His neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Okay. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Aspen was that disgraceful, excuseful scientist. Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him. Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. I wonder why he only wears this glove on his left hand. Alrighty. Do you have any more information on that? The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks. So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of a particular interest. This. Ah, the A screwdriver. Ah yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver. Aha! There he is. I'm sorry, are you okay? Some people find it hard. The what? Huh? My trusty little companion, Andrew. Andrew, of course. Glove on one hand. Oh! I was like, wait, what do people find hard? I don't think he does it because of some kind of fashion reason, though. Aha, do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood beyond all reasonable doubt. No! And that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? What? Well, that's not good. Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. Professor Harebrain's trusty screwdriver that he's named Andrew. There are traces of blood at the tip and it matches the shape of the victim's wound. So one of Professor Harebrain's tools is the murder weapon. Could it be stupid and the reason like the other glove is just missing? To be fair, we know Ryunosuke, I wouldn't put it past him. Great. What grounds do you have for saying that? Huh, you really need to ask. There were only 2 people on the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. ODS man, and the accused, Professor Harebrain. He does have something on the other hand. He does, but it's not the same thing. And we know for certain that before the experiment the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Are you okay? Like, he has a glove on the other hand as well, but it's a different kind. Professor Harebrain, do you have some information that might be relevant here? Professor! Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the wisdom stand is the best place for that? It seemed as though you might have something to say about Inspector Greggson's last remark. Ha 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 ha! Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh? I don't know, but... there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Aspen, as you say. Eh? Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins. I had heard. Then surely, you see, if I plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. You only now just realize why his name is Harebrain? But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, no one. True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor, that was a great counter-argument. It's not going to hold for very long, though. Oh my god! Oh my god, we're already at the first class, damn. Pray forgive to this courtesy if I save a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends adducing... wait? Here's to you, Albert. Oh, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a patch on you. No, you're not. No? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have. A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Of course. Inspector, enlighten the code, please.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. When is the first explosive expert in jury? Haha. True. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air. Oh, okay. This is blood, Mr. Asmon's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. Is there anything else I can look at? I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? No, it shouldn't have been. Well, according to their angle of going at it. What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right, it should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. Oh my god, I have a small mouse, Leonosko on my shoulder, I just noticed. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't. It looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to lighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. He's right. He's right. Lord Van Zieks is stunned. Oh. Who was that, Albert? Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold... Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency. What? Even if Andrew had been lodged into Mr. Asman's chest, My trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? How does that work? Damn! He flung the entire bottle even though he's only had one glass. And then what he didn't even drink from. It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly we should hear the accused's explanations. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation? Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Scientists, derogatory. Well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. You do that then. Thanks. Oops. To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. You're on trial for murdering the poor guy. You're not really helping. So, the trust of your testimony, Professor, is? That based upon this hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since a screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer. My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness. Professor Harebrain. Yes. Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. You are on trial for murder. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend. Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. Okay, sure. Tell me more about that. Your hypothesis states it, so this isn't proven then? No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, but a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. It is widely known that metals can't be decomposed by electrolysis. Yes, of course, so I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct. What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy? It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see? Sorry, the birdcage? Yes, that's what I call the sea obtusa cage in which Mr. Asman was placed for the kinesis. Thank you so much for the hydro time. The jade cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort. And thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct? Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model. But the ultimate conclusion then is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir. Someone beat me out of this nightmare!
Beam me up, Scotty.
What about his glasses then? Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right? Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct. In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not metal. No. We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, a screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles wouldn't be found in the same place. My hypothesis! No! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the day in question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant would have been a culprit, could have been a culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of my work. If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it, in front of all of us? In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! The machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis. It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What the devil is a blasted act all about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? That's a very good question, but I don't have anything to say. Maybe I should watch and wait for the time being. My feeling is that the machine requires a thorough examination. Well, what about the special dispensation that's been mentioned? Oh gosh, this is all too much. If it's determined that the machine itself was a murder weapon, I think you'll find an act that won't apply. Of course it was a murder weapon. Anyone can see that as plain as day. Why are we skipping the third and the person and the little kid? So we're in agreement, are we, that the machine should be stripped? If I don't do something then... Professor Hairbrain is yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public. He would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed this man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year. You couldn't have had someone that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of the funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. That's true. Greed is a very common motive for murder. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me. You're not getting anywhere this way. No matter how unbelievable his hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success. Ha! Barrow. And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused. Ah, Barrow. Where's this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may? Yes, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses. Ooh. Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no postige? The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes. It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. Where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Okay. That sounds good. To be continued. I don't know where we're going yet, but that sounds nice. Oh, it's okay. I already saved it like once. 23rd of October, 10:44 AM, the Old Bailey, Defendants Antechamber. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start. Ah, sorry about that. You promised me. You said you'd prove that Ratted explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh, no! He's a very expressive person. You're right, you're so right, it's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Burrow? He's being awful. Claiming his older university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. Oh, but no, wait. He's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and the demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor. I understand. I don't. Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way into the courtroom, please. Alright.
Making my way downtown, walking fast.
It all hinges on a demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation such as we attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible, such as was attempted. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Don't worry, we're going to get there. I don't really see the end yet, but we're going to get there. 23rd October, 11 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes? Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the accused. Is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. By leave, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Okay, who's that going to be? Oh, the fuck are you people? Ah, Gina! What are you doing here? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage.
Mein Name ist Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. I'm very rich, he says.
Inspector General State Scotland Yard, I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she's seen a disaster from up in the balloon actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Oh, thank you! Thank you! 60 feet, because in my mind I went, wow, that's high. But 80 meters, well, 80 meters is still high. It's not as high as I expected. Gina having fun doing her new job. Yeah! Maybe by the end of the game she's going to be a full-grown inspector or something. That would be cool. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. The sad thing that this is the last game, because you know in other games, with Emma I think you could see it the most because she was present in the very first game, in the you call it DLC kind of thing, and then later on in the story she does show up again, and she's a little more grown up. She's doing her job. It's very nice to see the characters grow, like the non-playable characters, I mean. It was an incident terrible. I'm sorry. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Why am I stuck? Why is my... Sorry, just a second, my chair's stuck. I don't know why. There we go. There's a huge bang from the stage, and the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and it crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. Okay, so you guys just saw the thingy crashing, but no one actually in it. The most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could you just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Okay. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. Oi. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared to the side of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading his accent. I still have lots of money. Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Yeah, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Making it very easy to kind of switch bodies or something? No? Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Assman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Because, like, I'm just thinking, like, okay, what if the cage dropped from another one of the balloons? And there was something... a wax body in the cage? And then they switched it to the real body before the police arrived somehow? What's going to round first? God's money or the balloons? Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please? Yes, my lord. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air. Yep, and amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, although being a lawyer is a mug game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Oh, I forgot my badge! I forgot to put on my badge. Damn it. Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. The dodgy cove climbing into the cage and a dodgy professor pulling all them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang right in my ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky, and there was nothing there before. Oh? What are you thinking about, boy? Master Gods, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what was it again? Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ormstein? Just the full name then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to the Detective Gina Lestray's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestray. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon, that is true. But I'm sure... What? But I'm sure... Oh, she cut him off. Which is what I said in it. 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. Thank you for higher time. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you're rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable. Mood. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? It's so funny because they make him move the hand out of the frame. And he comes back with the same amount of strings, balloon strings in his hand. Very skillful. I wonder what it looks like. I wonder what it looks like if you could see the whole thing. Just before the second explosion happened next to a balloon I clearly witnessed. A green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I'm Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it's a lie. That is not allowed. Just saw a string pop in. Playing the bleeding royalty card. Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony in the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It was not yet... What? It was not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. A green balloon, yeah? This? Oh, wait, maybe I should have asked him about it first. Surely something about the last statement seems odd, doesn't it? Would you I'm sorry. What did I do wrong? Oh, wait. Was it yours then? Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosiones, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? I think it may be... See, part of a balloon, a burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage, in other words, as Master Gods testified. A green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, Then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Woo! Damn. If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway. The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But a traffic accident? But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon? You're suggesting that I'm a liar. The person's died in a balloon incident there. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky, it is non possible. You're saying it's impossible, why? This court is more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. Are you sure? Every time you stop me from following up a train of thought, it's going to become the most important thing ever. Aye? Well, we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Gracias, my lord. Alright. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fall to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burned up piece of cloth was found at the scene, can you? The copies of the yacht reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid ragazo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. All of them? Good thing the judge actually understands what's going on in these situations. Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, he's still very slow sometimes, but like that's just what the judges are like. But still, this one, he is very. He's also very interested in just seeing the truth and not just sitting there being comedic relief. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Sí, exactamente. If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. But you have a green balloon in your hand right now. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be full, all out full. A war. He's trying to say war. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Alright. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witness. That's exactly what I'm planning on doing. Alrighty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene and is unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon fights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition?
Sí, exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons.
Clearly, this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. I don't think he agrees.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue. It wasn't. I can't even remember the name.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there, I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence. What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance, some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious.
What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel sellers, a balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us a photograph?
Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Maybe he's colorblind. It's a black and white picture. We don't have color fuck.
Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera.
Oh, he's crying with eh. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. A photograph taken by Gotts while he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green exploded moments after he took this shot.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
I cry in German, yeah. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon. But Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. So what if it was an empty one? Let me see that picture actually. Yeah, there's no one in there. So if there was no one in there, it's not a catastrophe even if it goes down, right? Well, it is a catastrophe to an extent, but no one was hurt. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise.
See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon is one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. His head is pumping with his anger. There are legal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See! The competizione! Trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the esperimento that went wrong on the stage. His fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left him scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was the bits of the balloon raining now. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There is more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gots may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue! That's the first time number 3 has said something again. We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah, it was not my fault. Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. Please, Van Zieks, you and I, we both know that you're talking bullshit. The balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... it's this here. The very funny shining thingy. That I'm not sure I can show without losing a part accidentally, but I'm gonna try. The music stopped, I did it. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice that there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe you may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon? That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time.
No flame could possibly have reached such a height. That's not true. Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence? The evidence I collected while I was not allowed to actually look at stuff, but I did it anyway.
If such evidence exists, Council, then for goodness sake, present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
The crossbow, the crossbow, the crossbow.
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right. That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon it was... Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No, he says yes.
Council, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong. Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute, what are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or... what? My goodness me. Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? Yeah, that's what I said earlier, right? There's no going back now, the horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, where the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing a green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief! But who would benefit from this? This is ludicrous. Ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. I mean, in one you know in the other, the noises are similar. What? No. Both Mr. Sholmes and Ari said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside a birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I might put in a word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Assman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show, as a body double. Yes, of course, so in fact... Mr. Assman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start. The balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. It's sure number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible. Oh, the jury's actually helpful for once. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Oh, goodness me. And if you accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Oh, who's saying hold it? It's going to be the professor himself, right? Who's going like, so, oh, you don't believe my hypothesis? Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can't stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained? I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? Huh? What are you doing? Order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession. Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. I wonder if he has something else staked on this.
Like something that is in the machine.
Hidden in the machine, I mean. That's why he can't let anyone touch it. He really wants it to be a success. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you just let me, I can prove... Baroque! Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please. Ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment actors adhere to and protect my creation. I hate it here. What's your fucking goal? Oh! Another glass. Pray forgive to this courtier of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Without a call. Here's to my Lord Niboni's friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that perfects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, Council, what is the defense's official position on this matter? I'm here for the truth. What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the Professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here, I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact a conjuring trick. Not by his fault. I don't think it was Albert's fault. I think he was duped.
Hi, Ina. Good evening. How are you? I'm good.
Well, we're not actually good in game, but I'm good. How are you? You choose the same thing? I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Susato-san!
Huh?
Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. What the fuck? It's a difficult case. We just got started on it, but it's the third chapter of the second game. And they're really starting to get to me. And so they're getting really hard. Susato-san. But what are you? Oh my god. Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. Yay! Thank you so much for the hide time. And thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope you're good. I've missed her. The outfit looks so cute. Look at the hearts on the gloves. That's so cute. Oh man, I like it. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is walking out, not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Okay. Professor Harebrained. Yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment, the machine you built with the victim, are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. That's the second full bottle he just threw away. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Ah. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barog. Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Well, I mean, he is speaking to his best friend, no? In truth, there's one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What is it? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding a crossbow. I beg your pardon? Oh! Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter. White hair, whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lance than me too, a monocle.
a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Dreber? Enoch Dreber. Who are these people? Am I supposed to know this man? Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. What? Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Dreber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Dreber for you. I wish I knew what that name is trying to be a pun on. Okay. Totally new guy. What do we do next? So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Dreber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. It's not a pun, I think it's from the Sherlock Holmes books. Oh, okay. That could very well be. I haven't actually read any of the Sherlock Holmes books. I wouldn't know. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe the machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume? I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. Yeah, he was set up. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built? And the true nature of Mr. Dreber? I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Dreber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. It's very likely. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Dreber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Oh, poor dude. He just wanted to show everyone his scientific work, and he was made to be a fool. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? I wish they would just shorten it. Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. Alright. Sounds to me like we have another investigation to do. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zieks? My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Dreber. Get information about the man? If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord. I still don't know how to pronounce her name. The word. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Yee, howdy! Woo!
Alright.
We survived day 1.
23rd of October, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. I'm sorry. Miss Naruhodo. Yes. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Rabba was really up to? I mean, about what he was really constructing? Naturally. The machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Which means you sadly have to go back to your jail cell while I'll try to talk to people. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Sure. You are so pretty! I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Did you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when it arrived. A postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. Oh, that's what she was talking about before the trial! Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future. Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horse's heart so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. I mean, I'm glad she was there. I'm glad you didn't. Oh, having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for the special occasion. Oh, Iris are wonderful. I can't wait. Aww. So that Sam was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Yeah, your tale keeps taking very extraordinary turns. Alright. More Cecilia takedowns to come? Hell yeah! I'm so glad she's back. Like, assistant-wise, I think she's very high up on my list of favorites. 23rd October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, this room! It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. So is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. Yeah, actually he lied to me. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Aha! Aha, Europe! Aha! Great Britain being in Europe, huh? Yeah. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh, wait, what promise? You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About, you know who? About Kazuma. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Okay, but first, I want to see what you have to say about the shovel. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it? I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Nandahood, it's not a spade, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging, that's for scooping up loose material, it's a spade. No, spades are for digging, that's for scooping up loose material, it's a shovel. The great spade shovel war rages on. I love it. Okay, tell me. Oh my god, that's a lot of thingies, okay. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Josiah Brett. Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. We could try, though. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mrs. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss! And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Aww! Just imagine a discussion in court if the shovel spade became a murder weapon. Oh no! So what was the murder weapon? A spade, Your Honor. It's obviously a shovel. No, it's a spade. No, it's a shovel. Oh, Susie. That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Aww. Alright, what about the symposium? Lord Strongheart mentioned something about the symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Oh! So father's going to be in it here sometime as well. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. Very late in the case comes an expert and reveals that it's neither of those. A terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Damn, Judge got hands. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Interesting. I don't trust the guy. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway. His father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead.
Nice!
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. What? I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. I don't trust any of these people. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday, but he sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. I'm trying for you. I sort of lost the will. Josiah Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Josiah Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an English woman by the name of Josiah Brett didn't actually exist.
She was using a false name.
Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Was that name on the list? On the Morse code list? I don't remember. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. But what could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And also she had a voiced line. Even though she was only a side character. To an extent. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Hey Shin, who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? I think it was on a Morse code list. The Shin, the A, it sounds familiar. I think it was on a Morse code list. Pretty darn sure. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In a visiting student's fate. Nobody in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on a steamship, and that he never... And then the judge came in. Obviously I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazumi-sama. What did you learn? Nothing. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. His body was gone? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. Huh? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. And he didn't tell us? I trust the man less and less every passing second.
He didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? He's still alive. They don't have a body because he's still alive. Eh? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the Asasporia were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remembered, but it was only Sholmes. It was only Sholmes who told us he was dead. Maybe he was just knocked out. Like, maybe he was very gravely hurt. But neither of you ever actually checked for yourself if he was dead. And like, while I like Sholmes to an extent, it's like I don't trust any of the adult male characters in this game. Because they're hiding something. They're hiding something that happened in the past that involves Sholmes, her father, Van Zieks and stuff. They're hiding something. And there's something going on with the Morse code. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. Are you sure? I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere, it wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. Oh, I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Mr. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. I'm so sad. I think the possibility is there though. I think he could very well still be alive. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh yeah, that's the secret thing. It sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. I feel like if you know the original Sherlock Holmes stories, you might have some kind of inkling to what the story could be about, like if they're referencing it. But as it stands, I don't know anything about the original Sherlock Holmes, so I'm going into this completely blind, which is making me mad. Yes, but I made you promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh. Pray tell, how do you know it? I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Alright, let's go. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? How does that work?
Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, father. Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Oh, there's something going on. Do you understand? But what was Iris' manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Shom's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in the office. He hid it. He got rid of it. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. I mean, Iris could tell us about the story. I feel like we deserve to know. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. Let me get a drink first. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Susato. I had expected nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yes, he must know the truth behind this case, so I agree, we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down, which is a job for the police or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? Okay. Does she even have money still? Seeing as her log is like... broke. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. It must be strong. Alright. We're just gonna go from top to bottom, see what's happening. Aha! Who are you? I knew I see you making the weed jokes. No. I didn't even make a 420 joke. But good evening to you, how are you? 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Who is this? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Stronghide? I wonder, I've never seen her before. Her? I. You said Urban found something amusing, I guess. I said, no, it's because Ryunosuke was like, oh, I guess the pull of the herb market is strong or something. Wait, what did he say? The pull of the herb market must be strong. That's what he said. The young champion of the court, you had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result, as always. Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Haha. Lord Van Zieks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Ho ho! A special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Oh ho ho! Booba. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. How woman? Gay. What's that? That was Dr. Courtney Siff, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. I see. About Mr. Assman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Ah, right. That's a new place. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. That's nice. Let me just drink my cocoa. Because I went grocery shopping earlier today and thought to myself, you know what? I'm gonna get that. I deserve it. I deserve it, I say. Being fully aware that my body can't handle it. But I deserve it. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? That's a long time. At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of the work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. It's like, I don't trust the dude because he gives me very bad vibes. But this one thing he's trying to do is actually very good. Like, establishing a forensic division is a very good thing, but I don't trust him. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But honest scum is about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. Ooh. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Siff is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Oh. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Pray tell, how? Why? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. And he stayed there for how many years? 6. So he left... 9. How old is Iris? Iris is 10, right? So Iris was already alive. by the time Dr. Mikotoba went back home. He could know her. If he's acquainted with Sherlock as well. He could know her. If my memory serves it, blah blah. Wait, I read that already. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago. In fact, 16 years! Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. Are you sure? I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Stennis, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Sith was also there, and as it happens. So all of you people are involved with each other. Literally all of you know each other from some 15 years back. And Dr. Sith knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt they passed cross regularly. But if not that, they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? Especially if you have a child born at home. So he wasn't actually home when she was born. So Susato grew up with her grandma for the first 6 years. Interesting. I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Listen, if her dad turns out to be a real asshole, it just further cements my dislike of most video game dads, because they're almost as bad as real dads. I wanted to ask you about Lord Von Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as a professor who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was the very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint Von Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Baroque had graduated from the University of London and became a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Baroque Von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word. So, Lord Von Zieks isn't the Reaper, it's the ghost of his brother? You think the painting in his office is actually of his brother? Because it's obviously not him. Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Okay. Oh yes, Lord Strongheart. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains if possible. Are you well versed in science then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sith's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too. That's very true. I don't know what's happening with my voice right now, sorry. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls. That's perfectly fine. We got some very interesting information out of you. We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? Sure.
Okay, let's go somewhere else then. We have a new place we can visit. Yeah. Holy crap. Spooky. 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory. Jesus Christ. I believe this is it, Dr. Siv's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you have become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Sure, let's do that. Never actually played with the DLC's outfit, I just forgot about them. Yeah, I just checked them out earlier. And then I got a trophy. And it's nice. Now we match with Iris, that's really cool. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on a desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Or COVID. Well, look at this! What a magnificent display case! The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Nanahudo? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope! It's a coping mechanism! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. What about the bird? That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Probably because they're dead. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Nanhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. He's not a big fan of most of these things, huh? I suppose this is Dr. Sith's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. You could just give your Daruma doll the eye back, no? What about these thingies? Why is there an entire skull on the left one? Look at all the bottles on his shelves and his cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals in here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Okay, and what about the... I cannot look at the card, no? What else can I look at? I checked all of this. What about here? Ah, this one. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home? Ah, father jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect the human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Miss Susato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! As I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Of course! He really can't handle it, huh? Okay. What about the big tome? Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all them for? I mean, maybe we can... What are you doing? Yeah.
Woman!
Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Oh, she's racist! Nice! Well, what do you want? Lord Strong had told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asman's body, I mean. What kind of reaction was that? That's me reacting to a pretty woman. So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice. I see how it is. Thank you. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Sure. Bringing back this old joke. So you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Osman, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That's the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. That's very true. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery.
Spooky.
Eh! Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello? To meet you? Please, to meet you? Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh, Jameson Anhodo, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Okay, who the fuck is this? I don't know yet. We're probably going to find out at some point, but not right now. Oh, those two officers are still up there. They're not allowed to go home. 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower, not food.
A dog.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
Dog! Dog! I want to see the dog!
Oh, Inspector Gregson, I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's a young trainee's domain. Oi, get over here, Gina.
Dog, 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 dog. Give me the dog.
She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina! She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she followed my footsteps nicely. Oh! That's nice. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. What? Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France? That is? To France. I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the other world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. Do you even speak French? I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her? I suppose he's worried she just slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about the pickpocketing, Mr. Nanhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. All this? Oh, did you just call me a blooming diving diva again? So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Detective diva. Alright, you're the boss. Inspector stays in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Look at that! So cute!
Isn't he great? Toby's his name. How delightful! He's absolutely adorable. Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's a not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Why do you have a dog? Where did you get the dog? Can I touch the dog? I want to pet it. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Yes, Toby.
Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, I can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told all the rest today, even I ain't allowed near the wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something. The forensic investigation team. Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? Not yet. I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something. Strongheart. I did get his permission though. I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah. Apparently he's always watching in time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying... it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Poor dude never going to get any fish and chips again. Alright then, them sisters, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. Alright. It's great, wasn't it? I had a right love. It was a new one on me that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about what you found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, not as made things out for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. Oh! It's a boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to rest at the cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they had any luck. Drebber, not Drebber. He's really funny looking, got 2 eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. Oh? Here's a pterochromia. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it on that thing, the old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper who's always glugging down glasses of the blood red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zees. He's always added in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always calling about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both. He just called him a demigod. Why? I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed. Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's that set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all. We're going to find him. Where do you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oh, don't be so flaming rude, although. Slight overreaction, don't you think? You ain't no mutt, right? Toby's... how do I put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry. I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? He's very cute. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of the city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. That's very true. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. I can tell undergarments have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
Wow, yeah.
That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whip of your drawers, he could chase that sand to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. A rather white margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, although there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby's here is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Aww. Alright. Let's see. We should be able to go up the stairs, no? These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see where we can find out. Shee! On 23rd of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. Oh my, so this is the machine. That it is. That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain a research grant. No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Ah, yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Look, is that... Oh! You're out and about? Outside of the courtroom? The fuck? Lord Van Zeeks. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Zeta? Alrighty. He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have the mission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we'd like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have been her steel will. Interesting. Hi! How are you? Least approachable man in the world, winner. 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firmly behind you. Lord Van Zeeks? What? Well... Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read your signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Oh, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Oh, dude, you are not part of the crime scene. It doesn't count. Never mind. State your business then. Come to think of it, There are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. It's so funny. Whenever they say, you know, whenever they say, oh, there's another case, but it has nothing to do with this one, it ends up having something to do with it. Say, go, this case is at what, 10 years old? Who cares? It is connected now. Ask away, Mr. Nanodo. You won't know unless you try. Sure. Your brother. Let's just get fucking started on it immediately. So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Van Zieks? You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. Why do you hold your heart when you say that? Or maybe he's holding the brooch thingy he has there? The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then. Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tospel's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Oh. Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean... Exactly. Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet, which doesn't say much. He's already pretty white in the first place. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drabba, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. I think I've seen the guy before. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Well, if you don't do it, who else is going to do it? Fine, why not? Yeah, I've seen this guy before. I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Yeah. And now I also understand why he's just straight up from the original Sherlock Holmes, the books, right? There's a guy in Code Realize that's also him, I think. That makes sense. Though it appears he already had a black monocle at the time. He's a... interesting. Wait, let me see if I can... Wait, hold on. Code Realize. I want to show you guys the character from Code Realize that I'm referring to, if I can find him. The problem is I don't know his name. This one? Yeah, hold up. I want to show you guys this dude. Because they are kind of similar. That's the dude in Code Realize. It's a long white hair. It's no, well, it's not a monocle, but it's similar enough that I think it could reference the same character. If he's from the original Sherlock Holmes movies. Movies? Not movies, books. Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? I don't know, because we don't really get along. What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't walk him out at all. Photographic print of the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It's hard to make out, but he appears to be wearing a monocle with black glass. Hi. Ah, the file requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Oh, right, Susato hasn't met him yet. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. Lord Van Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? And he's gone! Kazuma-sama! Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Even if it is him. Like, even if it is him. He probably lost his memories or something. Remember what they said the first time we met him? It's like, oh yeah, we don't actually know who he is. Lord Strongheart just told me I should take care of him and take him in as an apprentice, but we don't know who he is. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't speak. Okay, so he was shipwrecked, maybe. We don't know. We don't have his corpse. He was on his ship. He doesn't have any memories. Maybe it is him. There's only so many people in the world who have the exact same posture and aura about them. Wait. Too late. What's going on here? Your precious apprentice is very similar to someone we know and love. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strong had introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia! He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. You gotta remember something then, yeah. Yeah. And these are just a convenient plot device. Yeah! And... we've seen it so often. But maybe that's just the games I choose. What a terrible explosion must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it, all just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor looks as though it's designed to open. So he fell down? It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? This wasn't here yesterday. Really, but if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The wooden cage that was used for Professor Harebrain's experiment, this cage with the victim inside, crashed down into the crystal tower. Alright. Oops, you'd already met the masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. The German RPG Maker game scene at least used to have a lot of amnesia protagonists, I heard. Really? Can't say I really moved there much. The most RPG Maker games I know are like the horror RPG Maker games from some years back when there was this real boom, like Eep, Witch's House. What's the other one called? Mad Father, Aoni, Yume Nikki. Even though I've never looked into that much further. Like those are the most I know. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Shom's lied to us. I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. Sure. I'll leave. Hi, do you have anything new to say? You do. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Yes, Toby. Apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can you do anything, Gina, in your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Look, I'd like to help you out. But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do. When it suits you, yes. I love her. Okay, let's go somewhere else then. There's many other places we can go. The prison, for example. Oh my god, dude! I'm not sure you're allowed to do that. Local prison cell 11. What's he doing? Oh my, the whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Sup? Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clod. Professor Harebrained, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography. I Was Diddled and Fiddled by Albert Harebrained. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see. So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing. Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh yes! Yes, of course, I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman and by the Louvre engineer Drubber. We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? I hope not. I'm not good at math. Please don't make me do math. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way. Because the STEM expert. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Professor... He believed in me this morning, you know. Baroque did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary fact in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Baroque wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. He's trying to find the truth. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. No, it's not hypothesis, right? I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's hypothesis or something, right? Hypothesis sounds wrong, but I keep saying it. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Baroque, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. It's a corrected version of how you said hypothesis. Okay, I'm gonna try. I don't know, it flows easier from my... if I say hypothesis, but it's wrong. Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Brock insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. Is he? But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? We're going to get to that at some point, not right now though. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so I give up. When in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about the burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Assman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Yes, thank you for the hydrate test.
Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? Or maybe all three. It was about a year ago when Mr. Assman first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry, we only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. And where is that? Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop? There's every chance we might find the man there. Bruh! So we've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place, plenty of room to construct a kinesis machine, you see. But can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in a carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you. He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Order a machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would... Aha! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. What? Let me see that. Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? What does it say? What does it say? Inogdraber engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Business card. Although it shows only the man's name, there's no address. Does it only show the name? Inogdraber engineer. There's a minus and a plus sign. And some kind of dirt. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drabber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right, but more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect it's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Maybe we can get the dog to follow it, no? Gina said the dog can follow any kind of scent. It's worth a shot. Are you German? Yes. Is it very obvious? Is it very obvious that I am? About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. Your grandma is from Hamburg? Cool. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. I wish you knew my German. You only speak English, Spanish, and French. That's already 3 languages, no? I only speak English and German. Or German and English in that order, I guess. I wish I knew more languages in general. It's so cool. Alright, you mean Toby. His sense of smell is so good he can't track people over the oceans, can he? Professor Harebrained informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drabber's workshop. The animation is so cute! I think he's picked up a scent. So I mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Cove's workshop. That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait, when did you... Once a pickpocket. If I can lead everyone to that rebel workshop. I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure we'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Hey, as long as we find the guy, all's well. Alright then, Otto, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Gina holding a look away looks more like she doesn't want to get Ready, Toby? Got that oil sent heavy? Come on then, boy. See you later. But at least she holds him very safely. You know, you can definitely tell when someone doesn't really know what to do with cats or dogs. Smaller dogs in that sense. When they pick them up and they don't support their hind legs. It's like... Would you hold a baby just by the arms? No, you obviously support the entire baby, especially the neck, the back of the head and stuff. and then the lower body. So why won't you hold a pet the same way that you support the entire body, so it's not just hanging in the air? I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that spindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If you could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber, I'm sure Jean and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? You like holding your brother's Scottish Terrier like a baby. He hates it. I know that. Like, one of our cats, he hates being held as well. But I keep picking him up anyway and like force him to stay in my hands for like 2 seconds, give him a few kisses and then set him down again because he hates it. He likes cuddling and he likes being pet, but he doesn't like being held up in the air. Meanwhile, the 2 small ones, they're easy to hold. You can just pick them up and they're like, well, I guess I'm here now. I love cats. Me too. We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful, you're right. We have to find him at Madame Tusbald's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. I still think it's weird that he's working as a wax guy, but sure. Hello. 23rd of October, Madame Tusbald's Museum of Waxworks. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I like to turn on my heels and go straight home, via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. Oh man, I'm craving some sweets. But you know, there's something about the waxwork over there. Yeah, I gave him the DLC costume, so now he doesn't even fit. He does not fit in. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Hi. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. Monsieur Noske, do you Noske Nanahodo? I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... Oh, you found it? Well, yes, the mystery's solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes, his habitual duties. Hello. Do not disturb, huh? I don't speak French. Ma'am, I don't speak French. Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed. She's going to look even more perplexed once I force her to do the funny stepladder debate again. Ah, there's a stepladder there, look. Oh, yes, a stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietors know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? Achievement unlocked! The top rung! Yay! Alrighty. Hi, Mr. Totally Not Real person. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again, but where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, wait, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I. The world-famous great detective in Waxburg, Sherlock Holmes.
Susato-san! Susato-san! Ah! No!
My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Very London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. Food quality? I don't want street feet. Ew. I don't understand. Why are you walking as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? I really don't blame her for fainting. Yeah! You're just standing there, and you think that's a waxwork, and suddenly it is right before you, and it's an actual person. I think I would faint as well. We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today for that matter. That's not good. Stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Oh, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiate with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. It's amazing! Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tusbel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yes, I do. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's a swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite a modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Oh, that I can help with that, yes. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. Sure. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known all the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ha 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 ha. Priceless. I don't suppose our performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Bruh! So you're admitting to it? You lied to us? That he wasn't actually dead? Great! There goes any trust I had left in Sholmes, I think. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you right, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. People are wont to look very faint all the time. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone. The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. He just gets out of any and every question I ever ask him. He just fucking leaves. Also, where did the figure go that was in the bag right there? Until like a minute ago? Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Those heavy curtains at last. Oh, okay, never mind, there he is. This guy. Was wondering why he wasn't there, but I guess it was just for that cutscene type of thing. 5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. 23rd October, Madame Tussauds Special Exhibit. Yeesh! That's scary. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Shom's meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Shom's heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigating, sir, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. It's that fear frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble. You're both no good with horror, huh? It's not like I can talk, but... Who is this guy? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand too, I look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Wait, did he just turn around? What the hell? I want to look at the shovel. I'm not allowed to look at the shovel? What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Miss Susato. Yes. That's a spade, isn't it? That is not a spade! No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging, that's for scooping up loose materials. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Also, who is the man? I want to look at his face. Let me... Let me look at his face! I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps we're just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Yeah, that looks like a face we know. Just without the white hair. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle? Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's a Nog Drabber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe? Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no hat? The hat was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing hat to the suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. Haha, in grave trouble. He says, in grave trouble. Ah, a very hungry iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferable with rations. Ah. Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horror are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? Someone coming out of a grave? Why not? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Oh ho ho! Wait. Before you do that, I would like to check if the camera... Yes, it's not shovel in his hand too. Yes. Let me look at the camera. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shom's skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Shom's inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Oh? The camera from around the neck of the waxwork of Mr. Drabber and the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. We just borrow it. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. It's a photographic plate. It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Oh, can I actually look at it? Wait, let me see. Chord record. Camera. Examine. Can I actually look at it? Ho ho! Look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. There's something wrong. There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So you'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san, she looks devastated. Well, it was worth a try, no? Oh, there's blood on it! What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's boring. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikoto. Okay, hi, there's blood there. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here, there seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. When the lens extended, dark staining is visible on the bellows. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tussauds said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place? I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a hat, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Oh? The head. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a hat once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the hat when he or she returned it to the museum. Just say they. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the hat wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Oh, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? A small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. It would appear to be from the Crystal Tower. Earlier in court we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Nah. It's never just a coincidence, is it? Alright, tell me. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Hound. Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. Do tell. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life. He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. But that's not old. It's so horrifying. Maybe that's why his hair turned white from the stress. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yeah. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tospel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night, with a camera. Is what was he up to? The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? He wasn't actually dead when he was buried? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police in the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Oh. Who's screaming? Oh my god. What the bleeding no, Hodo? Why have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum. Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flesh powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please put down the gun. Put down the gun! Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found the dodgy cove's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there. Nice. Oh, you're not happy. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here being still. What? I know my place. And the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner place will be empty once more. Forget that, I'll pay for everything. Don't say that. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Let's fucking go! Doo-dun, doo-dun, doo-dun. Woo! Doo-dun, doo-dun, doo-dun. 23rd October in Drebber's workshop. Wow. That looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. So you got it then? Yes, we did. Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. And I can't sit. Ah. It's over here who's the miracle worker. Huh? I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one little bro. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on the way here as we speak. Damn again. I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Ha 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 ha. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Hell fucking yeah, okay. Let's see what we can find in here, shall we?
Examine.
Ooh. Many things. Many things. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto. The machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Alright, let's look at the arrow thingy. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show the Drabber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. It belongs to Mr. Arnold Drabber. Nice. Okay, what else? A very conspicuous door I will check out in the end, after I've checked out everything else. This appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Wait, massager, not massager. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah! Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear. But there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drabber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruto? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drabber's workshop. It's a very prestigious award for a young scientist. Well, if he was kind of cast from society and any kind of science, I'm guessing he's not taken very kindly to having it, no? This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets there. Here. With permission, Inspector, I could have the lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, driver must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh. Oh? Is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of the door. Well, Gina, did you hear too? Yeah, I heard it all. What you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. There's a Scotland Yard. Oh my, someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only you were countenance, I could unlock the door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take... Well, just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter the will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond the door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes, sir!
Yes, sir.
Yeehaw! Woo! What a mess. What happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here though. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of driver running away. But there's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Why is there footprints up there though? What's that up there? Are there footprints on the ceiling? Blow me, what have we here then? Looks like someone's trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To Professor Harebrain's balmy machine, is it? Blimey, if it had these, there have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all our scrap metal. There's something of great interest here too. A rope. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Sure, let's do that. There's no denying it, is there? There are footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean? I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. Would make you almost superhuman, I suppose. But you're a wonderful woman. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Shom's suit isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Also, why is there a bomb? We're just going to ignore the bomb, yeah? It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Shoms could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, then you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. Big enough for a person to hide inside, maybe? Also, look at that, a green balloon. That's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Alright, let's look at the... Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Mr. Danhudo, yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch tube. Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? A time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? Eh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Nanhudo. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Nanhudo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Ah, it's time again, isn't it? Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm afraid never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drubber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. His face! Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, of course it's an investigation, so of course we have one of these, no? Ah, she isn't actually wearing that outfit though. Flip furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that... Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically, and the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drabber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. How does the sudden outfit switch? Missing engineer. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. But yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drabber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Huh. By inverting the gravity in here, Drabber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. No, I don't think so. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Shom. If the gravity reversal was sudden, would Mr. Drabber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. Did he really escape though? You may recall that I found this in a room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drabber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. I don't think so. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. I don't think so. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Right. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean? I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it! Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. Huh. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I'd always come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Susato lent me once. Igiyani! Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drabber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end. I think you'll find two ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. I don't think he's very far at all. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Yep, let's do that. I just read that. So let's go until the game tells us there's something different. There we go. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sitter. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? By refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay. This vase is very much still normal. He clearly didn't turn every single thing around. The upright base clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightfully say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on. So let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. It's not. Because it's not an anti-gravity device as we just established. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Ooh. What's this one? Look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair. Oh yes, safe. 432582. Safe, as in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly more likely. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number will let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though. You think I have to turn it? Wait, what would that one be upside down? Oh, oops. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruto, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruto? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won a second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room. Thank you, Mr. Naruto, but I believe I've proved my point now. We just had a very similar scenario clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the other side of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. So he's in the safe. He's like, fuck, I need to hide, but he didn't remember the combination to his own safe. Yes, Mr. Draper overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Oh, if he stays in there any longer, he's going to suffocate, though. Hold up. Where is this, the stuff where we can... There we go. Well, if a change in the direction of... If a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those Hulkian days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those Hulkian days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Alright, the reason... Wait, there's a shoe up here. Why is there a shoe up here? The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Data. Ah! There's a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon, Mr. Master Gods claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. What's the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception? You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably Drab intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty hates. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in a room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one of ours, of course, don't we? Yes, we do. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? It was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Bam! Oh! What the? A waxwork. Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh goodness. I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Of course, a headless waxwork model. A case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspels will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspels and returning it since whatever earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. The head of the Professor Waxwork that was stolen from the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. And this occasion should be evidently clear, if you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Drebber's right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... safe. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe, and pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Please get him out of there before he suffocates. Please. There's not a lot of air to be had inside such a safe. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. Thank you for the higher time and the posture check. Hi! You found me. Oh my god. Are you quite alright? You sound very mechanical. Okay. A good day to you. Right then, sir. Mr. Anno Driver, I presume? Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tuspils as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah, so it is a bomb. Ha ha ha, I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then? No. No? Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Phew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Hi! Good evening! Thank you so much for the sub! How are you? I'm good. This man is a lot, he sure is. What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Driver. It's 6 AM, you're gonna hop off to sleep? Oh my god, yes, do that. Please, get some sleep, get some rest. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today. No worries, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I'd hoped to access with the skyline, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the hat from the balloon among the rafters. And after that you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel clicking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Maybe he would have survived the bomb actually, if he was in a parcel. But how would he have gotten out? Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside the ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place? Precisely. But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithereens in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw with my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless course in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? A death wish, perhaps? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which its hat belongs to. That's no ordinary hat, you know. That's the hat of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. Ooh! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Sith again, so the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sith? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sith, of course he does. Who doesn't this guy know? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. Of course, we show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto? Yes. It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here that this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle as a driver. I'm so sorry, didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. What are you... That one? You mean... Oh no. No! Fuck. It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Fuck! To be continued! To be continued, it says. No! How dare you! To be continued, it says. Oh, but I'm not sure I can make even more progress today. Oh damn it! I want to know. I want to know. But it's, I don't think I can make it. I don't think I can make it. Look at the time. Yeah. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm doing. I hate this. I want to know the truth, but it's not going to be that easy. Because there has to be a lot of exposition. Oh wait, is that the word I'm searching for? I don't know. There's going to be a bunch in there about the old case as well, with the professor and stuff. So it's not going to be over anytime soon. And I think I feel even more bad if I just get somewhere in the trial, an upcoming trial, and then not finish it all. Ah, damn it! I hate it! I want to know, but I won't. I know I won't be able to do it all. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. That means we're going to see what other people are doing. What other people are doing. Isa's doing Paper Mario the 1000-Year Door. That sounds like fun. I'm not well versed on Paper Mario in any case, but I like it. I like Paper Mario. Well, I like most Mario games. I just haven't played them myself ever. But yeah, I think this is where I will stop for tonight. We're going to continue this game next week, which is a terribly long time. And then tomorrow we will start another new game, which is Hotel Dusk. That new recommended to me. It's a DS game, so I hope everything is going to work out as I wanted to, because I have no idea. I've never tried playing a DS game on stream, but hopefully it's going to work out. Thank you for the nice stream. No, thank you for coming as always. I had a great time. My voice is not as dead as it usually is, so I'm very happy. Here's the raid message. As always, thank you so much for coming. I wish all of you a very, very good night. I'll see you all soon. Let me just quickly switch this up and give you the ending song. See you all soon. Good night. And bye-bye.